The Pledge of Allegiance, and who have I done lately? Jake, you want to lead us in that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. It's a special meeting, so we're kind of limited as far as some adjustments to the agenda. If there's anything that is crucial that's not on there, does anyone have anything? Okay, communications and public comments. I'm not seeing any of those. We have review and approve board meetings for August 1st, 2022, but I think there was a glitch in our getting those.
Stack TV wasn't unable to attend. I recorded it, and I think there was a miscommunication. I had sent it to the board members to review to ensure a couple of things, and so I've gotten that off to Tara to do the minutes, so we should have those for next meeting.
Okay, so we'll postpone those till the next meeting. I'm going to ask that everybody keep their reports as short as possible. This is the first week for our principals and all of our parents and students getting ready for school. So if we can keep things short, that would be appreciated. So I'll start with the superintendent's report.
I had sent out my report earlier, but just a couple quick things, because then I'm going to yield it. I'd like to be able to save some of my time for Deb Carradine doing a presentation on assessment, but just, we're installing the crosswalk down at Atkinson Street. I believe the foundations are in at this time. There's some wiring that has to happen, but I think it's pretty set to go. Should be supposed to be done this week, so I'm not sure. I don't know if it's going to be complete by Monday or by Wednesday.
It's supposed to be done by Wednesday.
Okay. So that's where we are.
Okay. And that kind of covers probably 8C as well. So.
Just trying to.
Okay.
Just one question on that. It looked like it's on the north side of Atkinson
North side of
Street.
Atkinson and School Street, correct.
So originally I thought we were talking not about the south side, but
I can answer that, please. So
I think it's a good idea, but
yeah, we had a discussion about it, and since the Y building has come down, or the church has come down, and that sidewalk is now open, it's much more visible to the south, where there's some trees and stuff like that. Originally in my head, yeah, it was the south, that made more sense, and then as I was driving it, and then Jim DeBell met with the town, and that was their decision, was to put it at that intersection, so.
I actually like the north side better because it's a direct shot from the middle school.
And it's much more visible. I mean, I think we can go out of trees one time with a lot more space.
Thank you. This is a good development.
Yeah.
I think it's going to help.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Principals, we're going to start with pre-K. Jennifer, I'll let you talk about yours.
Great. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Jennifer.
I brought along the document, the numbers document that I shared in June at the WNESU meeting, because only Priscilla and Chris were there, and I thought other people might want to see it. There's way too many. So that first document is pre-K numbers, public and private sites for the past 3 years. And the 2020-21 school year, I added the numbers of kids who registered and then withdrew because of COVID, because I thought that was valid. But the black numbers are who we had. I'm not really going to go over that because I did that at the SU board meeting back in June. And currently, the preschool at the Westminster site, we have 32 total preschoolers between our two sites, and 16 at Westminster and 16 at Central. Of those children, 26 of the total 32 are Rockingham students. There's 10 Rockingham preschoolers at the Westminster site, and there's 16 Rockingham preschoolers at the Central site. I'll tell you about the other towns, but.
That's good. That's what we need.
And I don't have, the piece of paper that I sent around has it broken down by 3 and 4-year-olds. I don't have the report about the private programs because it's only August, and the registrations for them and the contracts for them and all of that is still rolling in, so I won't know. But last year at the private tuition programs, I had about 41 Rockingham students for a total of $144,976. That's on the first document, and I predict I will have about the same or maybe more. And I can come back and tell you later. Give it to Andy if you can.
Just a clarification,
Yes.
so at the Rockingham site, the central, there'll be 32 kids.
There's currently 32. In the past week, I've talked to 3 or 4 parents, so there's more coming.
You never
every day.
know.
Right, I added one today.
Okay, and then there's 26 at Westminster, and then 4 Athens and 1 Grad.
Correct.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to
That's this
show.
year. Every year it changes. It's a Wyndham Northeast program, and children from any town can go to whichever program works for them. Last year it was different. This year, that's what it is.
Okay, all right.
You're welcome.
There's 16 at Westminster.
Correct.
16
Yes,
at Westminster.
Correct. It's 16 children. He was referring to Rockingham children only.
Oh, 26 total, yes.
26
Between the
total
two.
here.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't put the grid lines in. My bad.
But 16 of the 26 are from Rockingham. And
At Central, and 10 of the 26 are at the Westminster site. I have
Okay.
26 Rockingham children at the public preschool. 16 are in Central, in my classroom there, and 10 are in Lisa's classroom in Westminster.
okay,
And currently, in other words, there are 6 from other towns,
Correct,
okay, but predominantly Rockingham.
currently.
Could I ask Jennifer a question?
Sure.
You were telling me today you got a phone call from a parent who couldn't get into Head Start also?
I did. I've added, like I said, 3 new children in the past week. One of them was a child who called Head Start, and they told her they were full and gave her my number, so we added her. She's going to be in the West, it doesn't matter. So we added her, and part of my job is working with the programs who have the partnership. So I, in a phone call with Head Start today to clarify their numbers and if they have openings. They currently don't have any openings because they closed a classroom. So they're making a waiting list, and if they get enough children, 10 to 12 kids on their waiting list, they will open the classroom.
And Head Start, correct me if I'm wrong, but Head Start has a socioeconomic
Correct.
ceiling?
Correct. I asked them specifically about the family that had reached out to me. You can see it's a first name. The child that reached out to me, and they said it was an income, that the family made too much to get us that. So, yes.
the Head Start's not going to meet unless they get more kids. Is that-
The Head Start will not open a second pre-K
Okay,
classroom.
yep.
Currently, there are 3 or 4 classrooms there. Perhaps it's just 3, I don't remember. Previous to COVID and everything, it was 2 preschoolers and infants and toddlers. And the infants and toddlers closed down last year, and blah, 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 blah. So this year they have 1 pre-K room, and they're doing a waiting list. Maybe they'll open a second pre-K room. And they have a younger than 3 room. They have infants and toddlers mixed up together.
Where's Head Start located?
On, it's called Buck Drive.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah,
I-91
yeah.
access road behind Allen Brothers.
But their income levels are cause a ceiling where students cannot go there anyway, and so if
That
students,
is
if we
my
have
understanding. You're
others.
treading a little bit out of my area of expertise, but that is my understanding.
But if they're not,
Parents
because if
pay a
they're,
copay that's dependent on their income. And I've had parents say they make too much to go
right, because it's income dependent.
there.
Okay.
And yes, and we send them tuition money also.
All right. Any other questions? Bill, did you have a question? No. Chris, did you have any questions?
No?
Okay, thank you. And we're done, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, Central?
Okay, good evening. So we are reporting right now 140 students for the 22-23 school year. We did have the reduction of the one class in second grade, which results in the reduction of students in the total population. So we have right now 31 kindergartners, 28 first graders, 20 second graders, 32 third graders, and 29 fourth graders. Again, getting a total of 140 students. So just a reminder, we look forward to welcoming families back to our open house meet and greet tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon, 3:45 to 4:45 at Central. We'll get a chance to meet the teachers, the staff, and then see the classrooms before school starts on Wednesday. So we do welcome all the families back on Wednesday. School will start at 7:50 in the morning. We do have different doors for different entries, so kindergarten is in the back on George Street. First and second grade is the main entry door right by the office. Third and fourth grade will enter in through the gym where they were entering the last couple of years too, just to try and reduce it all from coming into the same entranceway. We welcomed this week all staff back on last Thursday. We had an excellent convocation and kickoff celebration. We were so excited to have everyone back. We want to thank Parks Place staff and the board of directors, the Bellows Falls Fire Department, the Rockingham Library Bibliobike, the Brattleboro DCF, the Bellows Falls Rotary, the Greater Falls Connection, the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, Coda, and all others that help support our back to school carnival that we had on Saturday. It was a great time by all, and thank you so much for supporting us. We've been busy getting all of our rooms ready to go, as I said, for opening day, so we're excited to have everybody ready. We're pleased to offer universal breakfast and lunch for all students again this year. There is an income form that you fill out that just asks for buckets of income. It doesn't ask for specific ones, so if you could please fill that out, that will help us apply for grants and other things that will support the school. And all CES paperwork will be given out tomorrow that hasn't already been sent home by families, or excuse me, 2 families by school. And so if you haven't returned it yet, please bring it back no later than Friday, but ideally on the first day of school. We want to thank all summer school staff for their hard work and dedication for their 5 weeks. Heather Murphy Hicks, Lori Greenleaf, Amy Rowland, Carol Brennan Johnson, Fallon Vancor, and then support from McGregor, Owen, Jaya, Grace, Murphy, Ann, Alice, Megan, and Maya. And we appreciate your assistance for the 5 weeks of programming to make that go, especially in the heat of the summer. We hope you have seen the bus schedules that we've shared with families, so please contact the school if you have any questions about the bus routes. We thank Renee and all the bus staff for their hard work on that. And just a big shout out again to Ken Lawrence, Frank Ferga, and Curtis Hunley for all their work getting the custodial parts of the building ready to go. They waxed and shined and everything else ready to go. Rick Schumann and Jim DeBell have done a great job of helping and support us to have everything ready for opening day on Wednesday. We are getting ready, already getting reports, sadly, of a few COVID cases. So as always, if you can continue to check in with Nurse Jen on the time of return, and she'll be able to guide you into the guidance for that. So thank you for that. And then as always, masks are optional for all staff and students. We had a great first day today for Responsive Classroom 2, the training for the elementary staff. Right now, Central is hosting kindergarten and first grade. Saxon's River was hosting second and third, and then Westminster School was hosting grades 4 and 6. We thank everybody for their participation in that. And just a final quick shout out to Cindy Rounds for all of her great work in getting the paperwork and all the orders and everything ready to go. We really thank you for keeping us running. And then just today, as mentioned from Mr. Haas, the crosswalk, I had sent out an email to all families about the crosswalk installation. So hopefully you received that robo email in this case, and if not, we'll make sure all that paperwork that gets sent out, that you have all contact information, so when any verbal calls or emails go out, that is how we contact you. That is it for now. Any questions or comments?
I didn't hear, you did a thing on Saturday.
Yes.
And is there anything planned tomorrow? I wasn't,
Sorry, we have an open house tomorrow from 3:45 to 4:45 for all families.
3:45 to 4:45, thank you, I missed that.
And community members too. So.
Open house, okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, Laura.
Good to see you all. Carrie stole a bit of thunder
Sorry.
on lots of things. We always have lots of connections, but so I won't do a repeat of those. Enrollment currently stands kindergarten 14, first grade 13, second grade 15, third grade 15, and fourth grade 15, for a total of 72. We lost a couple of kids due to families moving in the last few days, which is sad. So we're hoping to get some more. Start of school. We had our meet and greet today. Priscilla, thank you for coming. It was wonderful. It was great to see
Enjoyed it, thank you.
so many families and new faces, as well as returning students and their families, and it was awesome to welcome them back into the building to just explore. I mean, most of our families haven't seen the inside of our school, so it was really wonderful to have them. And hope to do many more of those. I also want to say a big thank you to Burt Lawrence, our day custodian, who worked primarily by himself this summer. There were a few days where he had some help, but he has our school really shining, and so he's done a tremendous job with all of the work that happened over the summer, in addition to the usual maintenance that has to happen. Carrie already talked about responsive classroom in the beginning of the year. The only thing I have to add to that, and maybe you said it, Carrie, I'm not sure, but our after-school program begins September 12th, so looking forward to that. We are still looking for an evening custodian. I reposted on Friday. It's amazing the marketing strategies I've learned. So reposted on Friday, and we had lots of hits over the weekend and even today. And Rick Schuman's been copied on all of that and has interviews already set up for a number of candidates. So fingers crossed on that. Any questions?
Your school was beautiful today.
Thank you.
Just looks a lot different than when all of us toured it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure.
Your teachers looked ready and prepared. Any other questions? Okay, you're up, Susan.
All right, well, welcome everyone to the middle school. It's been a busy summer. We had a very active summer school program, and our custodians kind of worked around them, getting the building ready for the opening. And as we speak, Kevin is waxing the third floor hallways by the office. That's the last to be done, so he's doing that tonight. Hopefully it'll set up tomorrow for tomorrow. So right down to the wire for our maintenance folks, and I really want to give a big shout out to Rick, Kevin, and to Ralph, and they have gotten the building in great shape, and we're down one custodian. Hopefully we'll be able to get a custodian as well from all those needs that popped up. We have scheduled our meet and greet for next Wednesday, September 7th, from 3 to 4. We didn't want to crowd the other schools, the elementary schools in the district, so we pushed it off for a week, so that'll be next Wednesday. Everybody is welcome.
Hours, Susan?
3 to 4. Thank you. And we'll be going home to, an email will be sent out to all of the parents. It'll be on our website and our school Facebook page as well. We currently have 57 fifth graders, 49 sixth graders, 70 seventh graders, and 69 eighth graders for a current enrollment of 245 that we're planning on opening. My assistant principal, Henry, and I have spent the better part of the summer interviewing almost daily to fill our positions, and we have been fortunate enough today to lock in 2 more applicants, fill 2 more positions, and so we're very happy about that, so that will leave us the long-term sub for help in 5th grade. Be happy to answer any questions.
So is the math position, 8th grade math still open?
I,
We might hear something.
It's on here tonight.
Oh,
right,
okay.
on number
yeah,
7.
Thank you.
we were, thanks to John Broadley, he and I emailed, text, and talked on and off all day, and I think we're at 99.9% tied up
Excellent.
with our candidate for that.
Very good.
Okay, so we'll look at that under 7, and we'll need to go into exec session for that. Okay, any other questions for Susan? Okay, WNESU update. Chris or Jim, do you want to take that? Is something on that?
Well, we had a meeting on the 17th of July, rather, and dealt with a number of things. I don't know if there's anything specific that you want to bring up, but we have another meeting coming up this Wednesday. Is it this Wednesday? This
That's
Wednesday coming, yes.
So I think it's, beginning school, we've also, there was also quite a bit, some discussion anyway, about the various proposals that are out there regarding a new facility for the superintendent, a new early education center. And then the third item, I guess, that's going in with that is outside education. I'm not sure how any of that fits. I've been on the WNESU board since March, and I've been on this board since last October, and I really don't have any details on any of those. I am working with the Building and Grounds Committee of the high school, Molly Danek, and we're about to do some analysis on space availability in our existing plant, and as part of this discussion of a new facility. So there'll be a lot more coming down on that, and hopefully we'll be able to have a regular information feed at this meeting, certainly for the Rockingham people, because obviously, as we all know, Rockingham taxpayers pick up 65 to 70% of the costs of these decisions. So we want to be sure that we keep them up to date, and that we fully vet these ideas. So I think that was the main thing. Chris might have some ideas, or you might have some ideas.
Chris, do you have anything to add?
Just a couple of things. One thing the SU board approved was moving the bid process up to $45,000 from $15,000, which could be important if we need to accept a bid. And also, the board approved applying for a grant from I think it's the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association for an equity and anti-racism mini grant, and that will have, that is actually for board work. So it doesn't just involve the schools, it involves board members looking at, what can we do to provide equitable opportunities for people of color, and so that's coming up. That's what I got.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the bid, moving it up to 45,000 is important, because we're finding that if that means that when we only get one bid, as we did for the Central Elementary School kitchen renovation, and it was we could not move ahead with just the one bid. We have to get a waiver because we only had one bid. Now at 45,000, we can approve and we wouldn't have to be waiting for that waiver to move ahead, so possibly. So that's why it becomes really important to us. And yes, equity and diversity grant is for the school board to be working on some incentive type things. So it's clearly school board that will be working on that, not thrown as more work for the staff and the other people. It's coming from the board work. Andy, do you have
Just two things.
something?
One, just a slight correction, Jake. The building and grounds and the walkthrough assessment is actually an SU building and grounds. It's not just high school.
I mentioned Molly.
And Molly's the chair of that, yes. The second one is, since we asked the SU board on that, to raise that bid waiver ceiling, we've learned that there's been some confusion, even from the state, on that. The federal is 50, the state is actually 40. Someone from the state told me 45, so we're gonna have to go back and ask the SU board just to amend that language so that we can be in compliance, so, but it's actually, right now, currently, the state is set it at 40,000.
Okay. So we're covered.
Just because everyone kept throwing 45,000 out, I wanted to make sure I just made that clarification, because we just learned that Friday, so.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that,
Yep.
Andy. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
When will this equity work through the board take place? Has that been scheduled?
It's a grant that we're applying for. There are 5 grants that are being given, and we applied for one of them. So we'll have to see if we are given the grant.
When did we apply for it?
We haven't.
It was approved as an application for Andy to submit an application at the August 17th meeting. The WNSU board voted to have him apply for it.
And this is through the state?
Yes.
So it's not due until October 17th.
So it'll be a while.
And then the funds will be committed from June 30th, 2023, and need to be spent by August 15th, 2023. So it's for next summer kind of work. And it's through the Vermont School Board Association and the Vermont Superintendents Association and the Vermont Principals Association. So it's those 3 groups coming together.
All right, thank you.
Great question, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Chris, you all set?
All set.
Committee updates, if any. Policies, the first one on there is D4. It was, and it should have had the posting date. The posting date was August 8th. It should have the posting date on there, but it doesn't. It was posted August 8th. Okay, and the only change to that, it's a policy that we have had. It's the Title I comparability policy. And the only change is adding one sentence at the beginning. The sentence that is to be added reads, "For all schools in the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union and its member districts eligible to receive Title I funds, the Wyndham Northeast School District shall ensure that the Title I funds are used to supplement local and state funding and not to supplant them." We're going to add them in addition to and not replace, is what it's telling you. And that's the only change there is to that policy. So I would entertain a motion to,
Question?
yes,
Did that wording addition, that came from the state, didn't it?
that was in the state one that they were recommending.
And this is a required,
It's a required policy.
so I'll make a motion to approve,
To approve the Title I comparability policy.
The, just that one?
Yes, just that one.
The Title I comparability policy.
Which will be entered as proposed as D4 under the new numbering system. Okay. Any discussion at all, or are we all set? Okay, I'll start with you, Bill.
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that's been done, okay. Then I have on here the old B4 Code of Ethics. Just wanted to have that out for our members, just so that they were going over it. It's, the school board member, basically, we have no legal power in between the meetings. We're just like other members. We're only acting for the school board if we're given the authority to do so. And so we're needing to be careful of that. It tells us about attending all meetings, setting goals for the school system. And I didn't put goals on this tonight's because tonight is a hopefully shorter special meeting because of it being the first week of school here. Maintaining confidentiality of everything that's an exec session. If it's discussed in exec session, it's privileged information and should not be shared with other people other than the board members. We have to abide by board decisions regardless of how we voted during the meeting. We can vote no during the meeting, but once that it's been approved, we are to support the decision of the board. We only act as members of the board. We have to be familiar with and observe Vermont education laws, listen to legal counsel, and use that as much as we can. We should be increasing our relationship with all members of our school. We expect the superintendent to keep the board informed, regular written or oral reports. We hold him accountable through an annual job performance. We refer complaints, requests, and concerns to the appropriate administrative personnel. When complaints come to us, we try to give it back to the person that should be taking care of that and not take care of it ourselves. Yes.
Are we going to vote on this?
No, I just want to review this because there's been some questions, so we need to listen.
Oh, so this is a tutorial.
Yes. Use the chain of command and avoid making commitments or promises that compromise the board, administration, or the school system. Hear recommendations of the superintendent and appropriate personnel. Recognize the member's responsibility to see schools are run well. Maintain independent judgment, refuse to render your judgment to individuals or special interest groups. Voice opinions responsibly, but respect other board members' rights and opinions. Make no disparaging remarks in or out of this board meeting about other board members or school staff. Express opinions in a professional, fair manner. Accept responsibility to secure facts before conclusions. Expect time in educational programs and procedures than on business. Then it goes on with personal relationships, supporting employment, which we do. We have some on there to support tonight. And that goes into that. Community relations. We want the whole community to be involved and bring things to us. We vote for what seems best for our children, and I know all my fellow board members do that. I respect them totally in their being concerned with children. Interpret attitudes, wishes, and needs of the community to school staff and communicate aims, methods, and goals to the community. Create an environment that fosters community participation and involvement. And I know everybody here is very careful of any conflict of interest where we are getting any monetary gain. We have to be sure that we don't benefit from something, and I know all of us are careful of that.
I think it's broader than that.
Okay. I'm just reading what's here. Be informed about educational issues by individual study and through participating in programs providing media information. Take advantage of opportunities to improve your knowledge and build your skills as locally elected members of school governing boards. Associate with board members from other schools to discuss school problems and cooperate. Provide assistance to new school board members and make sure adequate orientation and training opportunities are offered. And this was our policy that was put into effect in November of 2008. Okay, just wanted to review that. Are we okay with that?
I'd be curious as to why you felt it was necessary to read that. I think the one part that you missed was the goals of the superintendent, and that we evaluate the goals of the superintendent.
We evaluate him once annually.
And we're supposed to make sure that all of the staff is evaluated annually.
On here, it does say the superintendent. Okay? The superintendent and the principals are responsible for evaluating their personnel.
Right. And
We are
our job is
responsible
to
for
make
the,
sure that they do that.
yes,
Yes.
our is for doing the superintendent. I felt it was necessary because I think we need to be careful in meetings, Jim, as to what we say and how we say it. And it's come up with several people bringing to my attention that we need to be careful of this. So I'm just reviewing it so that all of our board members are on track with knowing how important it is and what we put out there for others, and that we support what the board votes on. Okay?
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, let's go on. Buildings and grounds. Is that you, Jim, or is that Chris?
Well, Chris can take
Who's
it if he
chair?
wants.
Well,
That would be our walkthrough.
the walkthrough, right. So we walked through all three of the buildings a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, didn't have Susan for the very last floor of her building, which sometime we can, she can tell us about the use of those rooms a little bit more. But at this point, it goes into opinion. I mean, I expected to see a classroom that wasn't in use with a full group of students at Saxons River, because taking a classroom out of there. The same is true at Central. There was always a room that could house, another classroom. So other than that, it seemed to me that the buildings were pretty well full and well utilized, but that is my opinion. And I'm not sure that we're really trying to reach a consensus of opinion particularly, but the buildings are in good shape. They're being well taken care of, and the issues that they have are being addressed, even though some of them, these through the ESSER grant, are sort of moving at a glacial pace, but I guess they're going to get there someday. And I don't know, perhaps others would like to chime in.
Well, I would just say I was very pleased at the general physical condition of the buildings. The Central and Saxons River renovations, that was 2006. So a number of years has elapsed. The middle school was more recent, 2012, 13. To the staff, the interiors of the buildings are being maintained, and that's really important to the taxpayers and for the kids, particularly for the kids. I was sure to look into the boys' bathrooms, and I think that Priscilla looked into the girls' bathrooms, because that's always an area to keep an eye on. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I think Rick Schumann and his crew are to be commended for the fine job they've done over many years now, really, keeping those buildings in good shape. And it is, Jim's absolutely right. It's important to kids to be in a nice building and feel like they're important and enough so that, we've got a nice facilities for them. And Rick's done a nice job keeping them up.
And we want to go back through those buildings again at a time when the students are there, so we can see that being utilized as well. I know there was a big difference when I went to Saxons River this afternoon, and I didn't go through it in detail like I did for the walkthrough, but I did stop in the kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth classrooms, and to see all of the things that the teachers have already put up, and just what a difference that makes just with that and having it set up. So I do know we'll want to do that. Not right this first week of school, because I know you guys don't want us there this week. That's enough disruption in getting those children acclimated to where they're at and what they're doing, but at some point, we need to do that. Any other questions? Bill, did you have anything?
Just my appreciation for the staff that walked us through the two buildings I visited, the middle school and Central Elementary. The hard work of the custodial staff, especially when the weather was very uncomfortably warm. And waxing floors is not fun. And I appreciate that somebody does that. And I appreciate that, again, someday I'll get to Saxon's River on my bicycle somehow. But I appreciate an uplifting atmosphere, a welcoming atmosphere for children. Extremely important. So thank you all for being part of that effort.
Any other comments from Building and Grounds? There are quite a few projects that are being put through the ESSER funds, and are some have been approved and some are still in development. But since ESSER is the next thing on there, let's go on to ESSER, and I'll let Andy take that.
All right, so let me see if I can figure out how to do this. So this is just a breakdown of currently with different, okay. So different projects that we have going right now and where they are in various stages. So there's the top one there is for the middle school here. It's EMS is an energy management system. So that went through concept approval. It's a $13,000 proposed project. We are in the process of developing that RFP. There's the masonry parapet repair, and that's a $20,000 project. Jim's working on that RFP. A cooling system, which is about a $100,000 project. Again, that's in development. That literally just got approved this month. And a roof upgrade, which we're still developing that RFP on. So a lot of those proposed costs are just costs that we might have had, like this is, you know, a quote a couple of years ago type of thing. So we anticipate that those costs will go up. There's also an auditorium renovation that hasn't been submitted yet because we really don't even know what a cost would be. But also that renovation would only be for things like to have seats that could be manipulated in some way to create smaller, break it up into classrooms for COVID-related purposes. We can't do things like fix the lighting in there type of thing. And then at Central, 2 years ago, there was a proposal to build a pavilion. You'll see that at Saxon's River and at Central. There were proposed pavilions for 4 different buildings in the SU. That was all put on hold. When I came on board, there was some discussion with the state that originally what was proposed to the state was that those were temporary and not fixed to the ground, but those were actually designed to have some concrete slabs poured. And so we put that whole project on hold just because we weren't really sure where approval would go with it, but also it was my understanding of talking with folks that a lot of the principals had not even been involved in that conversation, nor had any of the boards been involved in that conversation. So that all got put on hold. There's a kitchen renovation project. We were ballparking that around $220,000. We actually only got one bid, which was for $46,500, so it was just over that threshold, even though we just said that number was wrong. But that's for the design only. So that $220,000 is for the whole design, but also work and equipment that would go into it. Building energy management system. Basically, in talking with Jim Devell and Rick, there's a need for each building to have energy management systems upgraded. And then a roof repair also. Okay. Let's see if we're still there.
Okay, any questions?
Oh, there we go. And then just real quick on Saxon's River, I said, the management system. There was talk of a water tank upgrade, and I think that's something I need to learn more about. Again, a standby generator. These were generated off of a list one time that was I was told was submitted as a wish list of things that would be great if we could have them. So that's kind of what we got there. So I know Chris has his hand up. So.
Chris, you have a question?
Well, I do. We have a number of projects now with concept approval. When do you expect to have these RFPs out?
My understanding is Jim is going to have he's been helping get the buildings ready. But he has them ready to go out. So I believe they're supposed to go out this week, if not early next week.
Which projects, Andy, are the RFPs ready for?
The energy management system, the masonry parapet, the cooling system one is not ready because that just got approved, and then the roof upgrade for the middle school.
Well, can we get an update? I mean, on this, we know they've gone out.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Thank you. That was a great question, Chris. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Okay. We're going to skip down over the positions because we need to put those into exec session and do unfinished business number 8, student assessment results. Deb, that was you, right?
Yeah. Good. Well, thank you for asking for this. It was a really good opportunity to dig into some of the district's data. I'm new as of July, so I'm very much learning your district, the systems you use, the tools your teachers are using, and what's on the table. So
Could you please introduce yourself?
I sure could. I'm Deb Curdane, the Director of Instruction and Innovation. Brand new to the district this year, came from Wyndham Southeast, where I worked for 18 years, 15 teaching, 13 in this position there.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to give just a brief overview tonight from the WNESU as an introduction, and then we'll do future ones in more detail for Rockingham.
Yes. Yes, that is the hope, and I'll talk about why we chose to stick with just this district for the supervisor.
I'll let you go ahead.
Oh, no, it's good. I had to think about that for a minute. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I think it should show up there. Great. Let's see. All right, there we go. So, goals for tonight. So I want to take tonight and this opportunity to just start a conversation for us to just be talking about data and really actually understanding what the data is representing. So I'm really going to think about with this group what we're looking at, what the data means, and try to steer clear of interpreting the data. Because we all want to jump right into deciding what the data means. But we're going to dig into just looking at what is even represented in some of the data that our teachers are looking at and that our teachers have been looking at across the last couple of years. And then we're going to generate some questions. The reason we're sticking to the supervisory union to start is because right now the way the data lives in the system that we have is only available by school. And so if we were to look at data together here by school, it would actually bring it down to just the teacher level in some cases. I feel pretty strongly that we want those teachers here for those kinds of conversations. And it really is showing just one teacher's representative. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, to me.
Great. So we're looking to talk about the data, what it represents, identify questions, and we'll dig into a quick overview of some new assessments that actually were introduced last year that are going to be new to teachers this year as well. And we'll identify some new steps, some next steps. Okay, so this is a graph from the MAP data. MAP data you've been using for 3 years. This is last year's data, and I'm just going to talk us through what all of this means. This is language arts, ELA, and the blue bar is representing students' growth. This is not representing students themselves. It's actually just representing their growth across the year from fall of last year to spring. The orange diamond or yellow gold diamond is representing the national norm of growth expected for students in each of those grade levels. So when we look at this graph, we're looking at 0 being K and the numbers across the bottom being the grades, and then the growth score, which is a scaled score, up along the side axis. Really what tells us information, what's interesting about this graph is the gap that does or doesn't exist between WNESU students, the growth of WNESU students, and the growth that we might expect based on what the national norm of kids' growth is. Does that make sense to everybody so far?
It stops at 9. Is there a reason it stops at 9?
As far as I understand, and I definitely welcome input or chiming in, we stopped administering the map at grade 9. That's the last time we administered that assessment so far.
In the 9th grade?
WNESU. Well, it doesn't go past 9th grade as a tool.
Yeah, the map test, right?
Yes, it only goes to 9th grade. So at this moment, I don't know what our tool is for high school. That's a question. So the best way to look at data, as far as I'm concerned, is to start identifying what are the questions we have and then dig further. And that's my hope for the year, is that we together here as a board and leadership team can be identifying questions and continue to dig, as well as doing the same thing with our teachers. So that's a question, is high school. I'm going to read some things on this graph, and you can agree, tell me if they don't make sense, and I welcome anyone to chime in as we read this. But from my read, if I'm stating just the facts and keeping myself clear of guessing at causation, kindergarten kids were almost reaching their growth almost matched the national norm last year. First grade surpassed the national norm. Second grade almost, third grade just about right there, and then fourth through 8th, there's a gap, a fluctuating size, but there's a gap between what are the growth that we saw in our district and the growth that's expected nationally. Do you see the gap I'm talking, that I'm identifying? Mm-hmm. The other thing I want to point out is that there is a national expectation. So if we look at just the diamonds, they decrease as well over time. There's a national expectation that the growth rate decreases over time. That kids in 6th grade are expected to grow less than kids in 1st grade. Does that make sense to everybody so far?
Now, you mentioned WNESU.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And for Westminster, Athens, and Grafton, they have school choice for 7th and 8th. And a lot of the kids come here. Well, a lot of the Westminster kids, I don't know exactly how it is, but I would imagine that this captures tests administered in our campus, not results for kids that might have gone to, come to school whatever.
This is only kids on our campus, Andy, is that correct?
We do not test kids who go to a different school.
Okay.
That's a good
The other piece I just wanted to point out also is the diamonds are normed a long time ago, so they have nothing to do with COVID. So I just want to, because that may come up, I just, like, these are normed years ago, and they set them going forward type of thing.
And
So
they
don't
keep
do-
adjusting them over time.
Right, they adjust them, but they have
Cumulative.
scheduled adjustments.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna move to the next slide. It raises questions, right? Looking at just even that picture of our ELA data, it raises questions. What are the possible factors that might explain what we're seeing as a larger gap, perhaps in the 3rd through 8th grade years? What information do we have that is not part of MAP assessments? That's one instance in one assessment tool, right? One day in a year. And then what additional information would help us that we maybe don't have? Then I want to just take a moment to think about what the research says about English language arts and reading. Teacher knowledge of how to teach reading is directly related to improved student outcomes. Just want to put that in the back of your mind. So when we think about learning something, learning to read is not very different than learning to play basketball. My husband, when he taught my sons how to shoot a foul shot, many, many skills went into that ability for them to successfully hit a foul shot. So the same holds true for reading. Reading is made up of multiple skills. So this is a model, one model of how kids learn to read, but you'll see the small blue circles at the bottom: phonemic awareness, sound letter knowledge, fluency. Those are just examples of skills, subsets of skills that go into broader reading. Now MAPS, trying to train myself. MAP is a large scale test. It is multiple components are in there to get that one score, right? There's not a lot of like useful information for teachers that comes right away out of MAP. That's an opinion, by the way. It's identified. When we look at another assessment tool, which was introduced by special ed last year. Special educators administered this assessment tool. It's a broadly used tool nationwide. This tool measures the individual skills that go into reading. This is called Dibbles. And this is an example of Dibbles. It's 1st grade data. I'm going to read this to you too, and it's going to twist your brain a little bit because it looks at things a little differently. So for one thing, we're looking at a bar graph on its side. And these scores are representing kids' ability, individual kids, whether they were able or unable to perform each of these skills at an appropriate level. So this is representing kids, not growth. That being said, if you look along the left column, letter name, phonemic awareness, letter sounds, decoding, those are skills that go into reading. Those are the skills just like the skills of a jump shot or a foul shot. The red and the yellow represent kids who did not show that they could do that skill to an adequate amount of proficiency that will lead to later reading. I'll say that again. So each of those skills have to be in place for kids in order for them to read later on. According to this assessment tool last year, of all of our 1st graders, only 10, for instance, showed to be proficient in what's called phonemic awareness. Phonemic awareness is a kid's ability to say the sounds they hear in a word. So if I say cat, a kid to be able to take those apart and say act, right? That's directly related to reading. The research has confirmed that.
So this graph is number of kids.
Yes. Number of kids.
All right.
And if you look it's tiny, but for instance, in that line, phonemic awareness, 38 kids are of significant concern, that red, right? That make sense? Okay.
Well, I don't know if it makes sense, but it.
Well, I mean, the graph,
Yeah.
what it's representing makes sense. Okay. So if we go back to what the research says about teacher knowledge of how to teach reading, how that's directly related to improved outcomes, and we think about that in relation to what we just looked at, another piece of research is very important, which is that phonological awareness or phonemic awareness is most commonly associated with later challenges in reading. There we go. So if we look at that first grade cohort, I know there's a lot of things happening there. There's the MAP score over on the left-hand side, showing that cohort looked great. And then there's the phonemic awareness measurement at the bottom, identifying perhaps a subset of skills that we could identify and address. This raises some questions that we might want to start using more assessment tools. And if we go back to here, looking at the K through 3, if we're not seeing the skills that kids are lacking before they get to 3rd grade, now this is an inference. This is me making an inference. It's quite possible that those gaps after 3rd grade are related to things we're not catching in those earlier years. And we have the tools to do it. And the teachers are excited. And so what are we going to do? Next steps. We are delving into a new data system that's going to take multiple means of data or multiple tools and make them available in one picture. You'll see this as the year progresses. We're learning, but it's panorama, and we are just getting our fingers on it. So that's number 1. And we're going to be having facilitated data discussions across the year using panorama. As far as increasing teacher knowledge, we've got last year special educators worked with Stern Center and a program called Lead to Read in order to develop their understanding of how kids learn to read and address some of those skills. And this year, all of our interventionists are also going to participate in that same training. Aiming for next year, hopefully all classroom teachers get through. And we will be running a PA study group. I'll be working with teachers. PA, being phonological awareness, that breaking up of sounds and what are the activities that help kids learn how to do that. It's actually really fun. So, whoop. Same is true in math. We've got questions with math. I'm going to move a little bit quickly through here, but there's a gap. There are gaps in the upper grades. We're going to approach it a little differently. Same questions come up. And our next steps in math, similar thing. We're going to continue with the panorama. We're going to delve into the panorama system. But we have questions with math as to what our diagnostic tools are. That Dibbles measurement that I showed you, there are things that teachers are using in math for sure, but they're different. And we don't have a system that actually gets them into one place where we can look at them as a whole. So it's really kind of that's on the forefront, is to talk to schools, work with teachers, and identify what are they using. So that's where we're starting there. And as far as increasing teacher knowledge, we're working with All Learners Network, which the district worked with, or the supervisory union worked with last year. We're going to continue access to all their online materials, which teachers have loved, and there's going to be intensive support from them for grades 5 through 8. We basically split. So grades 5 through 8 are going to be working on math. K through 4 working on literacy, but we're targeting those skills in the early years for literacy.
Very interesting.
Anybody questions for Deb? No.
You lay 'em on.
In looking at this data.
Yeah.
And the skill sets, the kind of tree of skill sets that goes into being a more efficient leader, having more enjoyment from the from having these skill sets? Do you look at the changing time, daily time dedicated to ELA over the years? In other words, perhaps it's been consistent except when we had long distance learning or when the schools were shut down. That's obviously from a multi-dimension, a lot of these, not just in our district, but almost every district. But do you look at the amount of time that we dedicate towards this on a daily basis for each grade, or what our target is, and has that changed over the years?
So I understand you correctly. You're saying we wonder about, has the amount of time we've devoted towards literacy over the years changed?
Yes.
And then also, would that affect kids' ability?
Yes, what are we getting for the time we're putting into this? Because I know the school day is, you can't pack much more into it.
Right, I agree, 100%. And I don't know the answer. I know
No,
more.
but you will.
Yes, no,
The other thing to take into account is the fact that we were looking at K through 8, and particularly in math skills. Parents are wonderful. They do all that they can do, but it is much easier for a parent to help a kindergartner or a first grader with reading than it is to help in math, than it is to help a 4 through 8 grade level. And so with COVID and our time out, that's something that's going to impact and needs to be taken into account.
and I would add to that, which I love, like, this is the kind of conversation we want to have, right? Thinking, motivation in the upper grades. We can't measure it. Motivation is not an easily measured factor, but it certainly is. And as kids get towards middle school, how motivated they are to take a test and do their best on the test is questionable.
That's it. Oh, it's just a test. So
Yeah. So, I think the goal for the year is really to dig in, think about the data, develop our own understanding of the data, and really develop our ability to access the data, for teachers to access the data, so that we're not looking at 4 different systems that hold all the information. Rather, we can go into one place and find all of it.
I'm a goals guy, expectations guy, but I don't think this is necessarily the time for that. I think that as a director, as a school board director, I want to get some assurance that that our teachers are addressing these weaknesses, okay? We can measure goals, and we should measure goals, but I think I'm much more concerned about the stuff that you're talking about happening in our schools. Obviously, with this graph, clearly, the formative years are K through 4, and 5 through 8 are middle school, and clearly the performance lags show up at the middle school more so than the primary school, but we know that the underpinnings are there. So what I'm going to want to know or hear about during the year is what are we doing to make sure that these lessons or programs are being implemented by our teachers. And I think if we can get assurances from our staff, our principals, and our superintendent, then I think I will begin to feel better about expecting better results. But I think that, all right, I won't repeat it. That's kind of where I'm at. I really am concerned about the right things being done in the classroom by the teachers to address the issues that you diagnose.
I appreciate that, and I think what I would love to have happen at some point is that the teachers come and share with you what they're doing and data that shows the results of those efforts.
Very
And I
little,
think we can get there.
little shots, not huge and around.
Yeah, small doses.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe by grade levels, even we can start looking at it. I know the high school board has always had different groups come in to their board meetings, and maybe we can do that. We might have a different one at each one of our board meetings to kind of report out some of the stuff that's going on. Really helpful. Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Deb, we really appreciate that.
Welcome
For the
aboard.
time.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome.
Happy to be here.
Just a quick update on safety plans. I
Yeah,
don't know if
so,
we have much new.
Right after you and I spoke, actually, the chief board informed, we had Rob Evans down, and he toured most of our buildings. He wasn't able to tour all of them. We were supposed to have a phone conversation. He was extremely busy. He did shoot me just some real high needs priority things that we need to kind of get on. We are Lori Coombs-Berry, who is our new secondary coordinator for special education. Actually, she's coming to us from Chicago and was involved in a district level, managing the district level team. So she's going to be taking on really trying to prioritize and bring us together, because each individual building has their stuff. We've just got to bring it all. The state is asking that things now live at the SU level. So we're bringing all of that. That was some of the stuff that Rob talked to me about. The other big piece is a need to really look at all of our audio and visual monitorings at our entrances. And making sure we have all of those, that they're recording constantly, and that we're able to access those things. On its list, there are some money ticket items that we'll need to discuss further down the road, but like that, here we have a system, there's a push button that buzz you in, and there is a camera. But is that being stored continuously on a server that can be accessed, and we can save that piece? But also, is that the same system that's at Saxon's River? Is that the same system that's at Central, right? And that's what he's talking about. All of these things need to be coordinated more in the SU level than at the individual school levels. And then obviously another ticket item, that since the Texas piece is door props, alarms. So if the door is propped open, there's an alarm going off, right? So that way, that's alerting us to it. So there's about almost close to a dozen things that he thinks we really need to address, and get going on them. We're already working on them, but I just want to keep the whole speed on it.
Is that going to impact the central being three openings, three ways for students coming in?
No, it shouldn't. So because they have adults at all those doors. The doors just aren't left open for kids to walk in and out.
I
but
just wanted it.
Yeah, so that's at opening of school. Once school is, kids are there, we come in just the main entrance area. So that'll be you get directed, and same thing happens at Saxon River, same thing happens, so you get directed at one location.
During the school day, if, like for recess, particularly Saxon River and Central, for recess, do they all go through the main door, or do they use other doors?
So we have two egress points, so we have the back courtyard area.
Yeah.
And then we alternate with the playground up front. And so one grade will go out front and through the egress through the front door, and then one will egress through the side door to the back courtyard area. So it depends on which day of the week that they have, in which area.
Yeah.
So then some of that door locking system is also looking at proximity cards. Sorry. So using an ID badge, when we went to our new copier system, the copier system has a code that teachers enter, but it will also have a proximity card, like a fob.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, so And so we still have to get those out to folks, but we purposely, when we went with that system, got it so that we could do a door system with the same fob. So we're not having to have multiple fobs and stuff like that. But in a situation where you just ask Harry, teachers go outside to the playground, and instead of propping that door open while they're out there because they forgot their keys one day or whatever, you got your badge, you can then get back into the building. So that's the whole point.
They'll be able to be tracked as well.
Right, and then you can track entrance, and then let's say, a teacher says to Carrie, I need to get into my classroom on, Saturday, and in theory, the systems I've worked with, you can literally say, okay, teacher X is going to have access on Saturday from noon until 2 o'clock. And then, so it'll know that teacher X is only coming in at that time and give them access. So this is a lot of pieces. The other one is a system when visitors come to the building, and then you actually you can scan an ID, and it will run you through a database to see if you're in the sex offender database or something of that nature. Print out a visitor's badge for the person, and then we have a record of that person who's in our building. That's an expensive system, but it is recommended to look at some system like that. So,
any other questions? Okay, and we've already covered crosswalk, which is the next thing, so there's no new business either. Let's do director's comments, because we'll need to go to exec session for the positions that are on here. So, Chris, do you have director's comments?
I get to go first. Thank you to all the staff and administrators for getting our schools ready, and I hope you all have a great start of school. And parents, the day is coming. They're just right around the corner, but I'll say it again. There are vaccination clinics right here, right in Bellows Falls, right in town, and I strongly urge you to get yourself and your children vaccinated, and so you can avoid becoming ill, and so that your children can be happy and safe and healthy at school.
Thank you, Chris. Jim?
Yeah, I'm the guy that's wearing the mask, and it's kind of a message to parents and kids and school personnel, et cetera, that masks are okay. And I think if you're more comfortable with your child wearing a mask, by all means, encourage that, and hopefully our schools will be protective of kids that do want to wear masks, or staff members that want to wear masks. I'm doubly boosted and contracted COVID a month ago, very mild symptoms, et cetera, but it's still out there. I think Carrie mentioned it's fairly rampant, in fact. So let's be smart, and again, as Chris said, the best thing is to get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim? Yep.
I just wish all our principals the best of luck in shepherding our school communities. And trust your guts in making smart decisions. And you'll always be in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I would say I'm excited about this year. I know it's not going to be the same normal that we had in the past, but the new normal has to be better than what we've dealt with the last 2 years through COVID and all of the ins and outs and the constant fluctuations that went on. So I'm hoping that this year settles down a lot and that we have good attendance and good growth for all of our students this year. And I would once again, like I do each time, ask you to remember, as a parent, as a staff member, as a child, to try to do something kind for somebody each day. You never know where that ripple is going to end, and it's very, very important. Thank you. I would entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel issue and contracts that premature knowledge could impact the individuals or the board. Pardon? And invite, thank you, and invite the administration.
I'd also like to include my assistant principal.
He's administration.
I just wanted to clarify.
A motion?
Second.
Do you have a motion?
Well, you
I
made a
gave it to you what to say, but
Oh, I thought Jim made a motion, my mistake.
Jim just said and administration.
And then I move that we proceed into executive session.
Okay, thank you. So if you could put us in an exec session, please.
So.
Looks like everyone is back in, so you're
Okay.
set.
I move that we offer a contract to Sarah Lair for our librarian media specialist in the middle school at level
Or masters.
Masters.
level 4 master.
Okay, any discussion at all? No. Okay, Bill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that's been approved. Okay, so I think that's all the business that we have. Our next meeting will be September 19th, 2022 at 5:30. And I would have a motion for adjournment. Bill, you want to take that?
I move that we adjourn.
Okay, everybody in favor?
Yeah.
Thumbs up, and Chris is yes, so we're all set at 7:21, no longer than one, but.
It always is.
Yeah.
Night, folks.
Sorry.
Good night.